Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's my understanding that the party's going to call witness out of order.
That is correct, due to travel accommodations.
Okay, Mr. Hampton?
State calls Detective Football. Give me 1 second, Counselor. And if you'll please remain standing to the record, face the clerk and raise your right hand. Thank you.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Clifford, Clifford. Last name is Mogg, Mogg.
MC. Thank you. Sir, I want to turn your attention to September 7th, 2022, probably about 9 o'clock in the morning. Do you remember where you were around that time?
I was at Mr. Matthias' house, preparing to execute a search warrant at that location.
Did you have an opportunity to interact with Mr. Tellis' wife, May Ishmael?
I know her as Mary Anaya Diaz.
Okay. On that day, do you end up taking a couple of photographs on that day?
I did.
Okay, what did you take a picture of?
So during the interview with Mary, I learned some information that I felt would be important to the investigation, namely a text.
Well, I don't want to get into the substance. Just did you take any photographs?
I had crime scene investigators take a photo.
Okay. I want to show you what's been already admitted. States 379 through 387. Are these those photographs that you had taken or directed to have taken?
They are.
Publishing 379. This is the first in that series of photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Yes. Thank you, Mom. Mr. Mogg, Matthias.
Sure.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 379. You took a series of photographs, correct?
I had a series directed to be taken.
At your direction, a series of photographs were taken.
Correct.
And that would include various text messages that were alleged to have occurred between this phone and another phone, that phone belonging to Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
These were addressed yesterday to the course of Mr. Tellis. And it's funny, you had referred to him as Matthias. I've spoken to him as Tellis, but it's Matthias apparently as well, but the defendant in this case.
Okay.
And there was a line of questioning as to whether or not the communication between these two, when I say this is a phone, I mean this is an Apple Watch, correct?
That's correct.
And that there was a text message or an SMS message deleted, correct? Are you aware of that?
Deleted
On
from
the part of Mr. Tellis' phone.
I'm going to object in this case to testimony, or at least the question posed.
You're asking if he did?
If he's aware of it, yes.
Okay, you can answer.
was not privy to going through the download of Mr. I had heard that there was a text message deleted, but I had never seen it.
Okay, so what we have here is basically whenever you have SMS messaging, text messaging, it's generally how that's referred to. Obviously, you have a phone or an electronic device that receives it. Let's say Mr. Tellis's phone, and then the phone that it's sent from, or the device that it's sent from, which is presumably this Apple wristwatch, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever take the actual physical phone from Mr. Tellis and review whether or not these images actually appeared on his phone?
I did not do that. That was not part of the investigation that I was involved in.
So then we're confined to drawing a conclusion at this point in time that when you see a certain message on this device, the Apple wristwatch device, but then it doesn't appear on an extraction, and then an argument is made, well, it was deleted on his side. We're basically comparing the actual device, the Apple Watch, versus an extraction, correct?
Yes.
You familiar with Cellebrite extractions?
I am familiar with Cellebrite extractions, but that is not in my area of expertise.
Was there ever a discussion on your part concerning a timeline extraction concerning Mr. Tellis's phone?
I know what a timeline extraction is in Cellebrite and how to use them, but again, I didn't conduct the download of Mr. Tellis's phone, nor did I review the contents of the download.
If I were to show you from what's been provided from the state, the timeline extraction concerning Mr. Tellis's phone, would you recognize it?
I could try to look at it.
I mean, approach the clerk and have these marked as exhibits. And our approaching you has been marked as defense exhibit L3. And if I represent to you that this is the timeline extraction taken from Mr. Tellis's phone, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
I'd move it this time for admission of defense exhibit T3.
No.
No, it's L3. just
L3, I'm sorry. Permission to publish. I'm going to approach the witness. Is there a light here that I'm somewhat of a Luddite, but can everybody see that?
There is a light.
There we go, that's better. Here we have Cellebrite, it's the extraction report. To your knowledge, this extraction report was done by Mr., is it Hesefetch? Am I killing his last name?
Who?
We heard from him
Oh,
last week.
Detective Hovanek.
Havanek, I'm just pronunciation, Tellis, Tejas, Havanek. This, you would agree with me, this timeline extraction, this is a more in-depth extraction. This is, obviously you can access through various portals, information is contained within the cell phone, correct?
Again, out of my field of expertise. I'm familiar with the Celebrite extraction reports, and that's about the extent of it.
Here we have this column, deleted column. You see that?
Correct.
And we have a deleted column concerning a much earlier timestamp of 4/14/2020. I told you that has nothing to do with this case. Fair to say?
Correct.
And then we have this, and it says deleted. And then here we have these instant messages incoming, and we have times. 9/02/2022, 10:36:02, correct?
That's correct.
And on the right column, unlike the first one, where we see deleted, the entry on this Celebrite extraction does not contain the term deleted. Fair to say?
It doesn't contain the term yes.
And again, to your knowledge, and actually, yes, obviously we had you taking photographs of this electronic device, which was presumably on his wife's wrist, fair to say?
It was.
But we don't have any photographs to be provided for you or the foundation laid concerning the photographs taken of Mr. Tellis's electronic device, his cell phone, correct?
I didn't have access to his cell phone, nor did I do the download extraction of his cell phone, and it's beyond my area of expertise to testify as to how the downloads are conducted, what would be deleted, how you would see it.
You're aware that his cell phone obviously was seized, and obviously it was analyzed by the Metro, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
I'm aware of that.
And finally, it's fair to say that your primary responsibilities in this investigation concerned surveillance videos, ring cam videos, security videos, correct?
That was not my only primary job. That was one of them. I also interviewed Ms. Tellis, and I assisted in the execution of the search warrant at his house.
Did the Tellis home have a ring camera?
It did.
And did you collect or extract any information, any data that was on the ring camera?
I did not. I know our digital forensics detectives were at the execution of the search warrant. They would have done all of that work. That wouldn't have been anything that I would have been involved in.
Obviously, you would agree with me that the ring camera at the suspect's home would be significant to the investigation in this case, based upon your training, experience, your knowledge.
It would, but sometimes it captures things. Sometimes it doesn't. Depends how long it is. It overwrites. It depends whether you have the service as to whether or not things are stored on the cloud, how long they're stored. So there's a lot of variables that go into a ring camera.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else from the state?
Just one question. There were some questions about the ring camera. Do you know when that camera, do you remember when those surveillance cameras were put up?
I believe Ms. Tellis told me that the camera on the front of the garage was put up or purchased somewhere around September 5th. But other than that, I don't know when the ring camera was put up.
Thank you.
Just so we're clear, we're not talking about the surveillance cameras, up above the garage. I'm talking about the ring camera. The ring cameras that a lot of people have that are at the front of the door.
That's what I was speaking of.
Okay, front of the door, then, by the handle where you go in. You're talking about that camera? You didn't look
That's
at
the
that?
camera I was referring to when I answered your question, Mr. Draskovich.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much for your, do you have another?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused. Thank you very much for coming back today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Mr. Tellis, you can retake the stand.
Can we have just a
Oh,
moment?
okay, that's right. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're gonna take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research. Consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and will be in recess.
Thank you. All right, next.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Mr. Matthias, can we go back to the witness stand?
All rise for entering jury, please, jurors. Everyone, please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, would you just please raise your right hand to be sworn by the clerk?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Matthias. First name is Robert, Robert. Last name Telles, also pronounced Tellis. Thank you. So, good morning. I want to go over some of the items that were discussed during my cross-examination by Mr. Hamner. So I'll start. I'm just going to go, point by point. So it sounds like I'm jumping around. I'm just hitting various things. So I want to talk about Zach Schilling first and why he was mad at me. But in order to do that, I've got to talk about the way that probate sales were done in my office at the time I was in leadership. So what we did was we went from, before I got there, from one realtor to a number of realtors. The prior public administrator, for some reason, had this relationship with this realtor, and he wanted to just have that guy do all the homes. There were a couple of problems with that. The first one was that oftentimes he couldn't handle the volume of renovations. And so oftentimes a lot of these homes would sit for months. Once in a while, they'd be in danger of foreclosure. But even if they weren't in danger of foreclosure, one of the issues that would occur was that these homes still had oftentimes mortgages going, right? So if we weren't turning those homes around in 6 months, 9 months, a year, all that time, the mortgage was taking a chunk out of the equity. So I wanted to make sure that we were turning these things around faster so more money would be in the hands of the family. I didn't think that, having a sole vendor who would get to it when he got to it was of benefit to the families. The other thing was that, of course, Clark County has this policy of trying to support as many small businesses as they can. And so I was trying to also mirror that too by opening this up. I certainly didn't like the idea of having, one vendor for anything. So what was important though for these vendors was that they had access to capital. That's why I didn't have a larger pool as of yet. I had probably any given time, maybe 5 or 6, just depended. But they had to have access to capital so they could perform the renovations on the home. And the reason for that was that I wanted to make sure that we gave the families as much money as possible. when you sell a home as is, when it's in disrepair, often it has to be sold for less, right? And that gives flippers an opportunity to get the house, flip it, and then take the proceeds that would have gone to the family. Now, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. I just wanted to put that money in the hands of the family instead. And in order to do that, we had this policy where, again, if you want our business, you had to go ahead and have the money to do the renovations on that house. You had to make it move-in ready. So any family could buy it and move right in. They wouldn't have to wait around for anybody else to do those renovations for them. And like I said, in the process, the families themselves got all the profit that might have gone to a flipper. Because of the capital demands of having to do this, two of our vendors had more properties than the others. One of them was Brian Horner, and the other was Bob McMaster. Now, as part of Bob McMaster's team, he had Zach Schilling. Bob was the capital man. He was very successful in his prior business. He was, I don't know the extent of his finances, but he didn't need to do the work. He was doing it really for the sake of keeping busy in retirement. But he was the money man, so he was the vendor, right? And Zach was the listing agent. I don't want to minimize what he did, but at the end of the day, those listings were going to that team because of Bob McMaster's capital. And in return for any of our vendors doing this work, instead of getting a 3% commission, they would get a 3.5% commission. And I got approval from the probate commissioner to pay our selling vendor 3.5% while still giving the buyer's agent 3%. So the total commission was 6.5%. And that was pretty much from the get-go during my administration. So at a certain point, for whatever reason, and again, both Brian and Bob were getting a good share of houses. And at some point, Zach decides that he is going to move his license from the broker where both he and Bob have hung their licenses. And he does it without telling Bob that he's going to do it. When Bob goes to move his license as well, the broker says, you cannot hang your license here unless you're going to have deals. Now, Bob enjoyed the renovation side, but obviously he still wanted to make a commission split for the work that he did. So he was not okay with not being able to hang his license because you have to have, from what I understand, an active license hung somewhere in order to take that commission. So what he ended up doing was finding another real estate agent to assist him, to be the listing agent. Zach was very upset at Bob with this. And then it came to the point where when Zach asked me to give him a large number of houses, I couldn't because he didn't have the access to the capital. When I would walk houses with him, he would try to minimize the importance of doing this renovation or that renovation, trying to just, again, minimize it so that he could try to get as many houses as he could without getting us what we needed to make these homes move-in ready. And so that wasn't acceptable to me. He still got homes, but he didn't get nearly as many homes as he did before. I think that's what upset him, beyond the fact that for some reason he was still hung up on that Ottawa thing that happened a year and a half before, which I don't know why that was a big deal for him, but he apparently mentioned it in his interview with the police that he had that. So, all right. So then I want to move to the supposed electronic evidence that was allegedly found on my phone or phone image or what have you. When I was arrested, the police leaked to the media that there was allegedly a shoe found in my house. There was allegedly a hat found in my house. They allegedly found the DNA. They did not leak that they allegedly found this electronic information on my phone or on some image, despite the fact that they allegedly had it at that point. So I can't explain why that was the case. Now, when it comes to these Google Maps shots, again, I'll reiterate that I did not know Mr. Gurman's address. So whoever plugged that in obviously did know the address. And there was a photo that we were shown that showed a video camera that was right across the way from Mr. Gurman's house. I do not engage in crime, but if I wanted to do something while not being caught on camera, and I knew there was a camera right across the way, I wouldn't do it. And which also brings up another point. If I knew there was a camera right across the way, I certainly would find another means of transportation besides using my own vehicle. Certainly, I wasn't rich, but I certainly, I did okay enough that I could rent a nondescript car, but I couldn't see myself as the kind of person who would be foolish enough to use my own vehicle to allegedly commit any kind of crime. And let's see here. So again, I did not know Mr. Gurman's address, so I don't know how anyone could say that I did these searches. And then I didn't know Mr. Gurman's schedule. I did not know Mr. Gurman's schedule to know that he would be home on that day at that particular time. Yet apparently the killer knew. I did not know the layout of Mr. Gurman's home, or what room he would be in, or what, I wouldn't know how to, as I said, lure Mr. Gurman out of his house. So I didn't commit the murder. I don't know how the murderer knew that. I certainly did not. So the person who supposedly took these photos on August 15th, it seems knew that Mr. Gurman had a gray Honda from what we heard yesterday. Yet that same person, or allegedly I, decided to research Mr. Gurman's car anyway after the fact, when this person already knew that he had a gray Honda. That doesn't make any sense. And again, like I said, when you saw that the search term was for, again, Mr. Gurman's address to get to that information on the car. And I didn't know Mr. Gurman's address. Now, also, I did not buy a straw hat. I did not buy a construction shirt. I was fully investigated on my finances. I believe that if I had, that you would see evidence of that. When it came to the police search of my home, I was being detained at the police station. Now, I was not handcuffed. I was seemingly, because of the fact that I wasn't handcuffed during the entire interrogation, it would seem to me that the officers who, Gaddis and Jappy, who had me in that room, did not fear that I was a danger to them. So I was stuck in that room until the search was done. My wife was sequestered along with my children in a room during the search. She was under supervision by a police officer. And there was no body cam video from the search. I have seen numerous cases where body cam video was used during searches, yet it wasn't used during the search in my home. Then I want to speak to Detective Jappy's investigation. again, Compass Realty had nearly 500 sales over the years. And Detective Jappy was investigating me for 5 months of alleged bribery. And again, the investigative file on me was 100 gigabytes for 5 months of alleged bribery, whereas for Compass Realty, over 500 sales around 500 sales for over years was only 3 gigabytes. Again, just a fraction of the information that was obtained on me in that investigation. And I guess, and you'll have to excuse me, but I'm going to have to, I guess, speak to that relationship that I had with Roberta. During COVID, we got in a position where, again, because of the way that staffing worked, we spent a lot of time together, and we grew close, and we grew too close. And, and obviously we have choices, and we made a big mistake. Something that we both regret. But the thing is that, if Mr. Gurman had not been killed, you would not be hearing about the fact that it happened, that we actually got into that relationship. Mr. Gurman, as I mentioned before, was not going to have he was never going to get any information about what happened between us. The county had redacted, or I should say omitted, anything that might have been personal in nature. So the notion that this was a motive to kill Mr. Gurman was false. He was not going to have any real material to make a more damaging article than he would have already done. So that's, and again, Roberta is a good person, and she loves her family very much, just as I love my family, and we just made a stupid mistake, but that doesn't mean that I killed Mr. Gurman. So, and I would never engage in any criminal conduct because I respect the law. And I was trying to uphold the law in my position. And certainly I would not commit a murder because I have respect for human life. I don't believe that anybody should have their life cut short at the hands of another person. And so when it came to Compass Realty, I was not a lame duck. When you watch that video from the June 29th, 2022 hearing, you'll see that I was not acting like a lame duck. And you'll see that it was after the primary loss. And I still kept fighting. And you'll see during that video that I raised very serious concerns. And these are very serious concerns beyond, again, the issue with the equity and the personal property. These are other things that, again, if you could watch the video, see how the judge was concerned. And again, I had just gotten the authority to do the things that Detective Jappy did not do. And frankly, I believe the public should demand an FBI investigation into Compass Realty. I also have one other item related to Compass Realty. Now, Adam Fenn donated to DA Wolfson in March of 2022. And if you'll recall, at the beginning of March of 2022, DA Wolfson had introduced me to Detective Jappy. Now, when Detective Jappy informed me of the fact that he had found that there was likely theft here, I also found out that DA Wolfson knew as well. And I found out through my conversations with DA Wolfson. Mr. Horvath, in the topmost envelope, the first 11 pages, I have a copy of Mr. Wolfson's campaign report from the first quarter of 2022. I'd like to ask that I please be allowed to have it marked and published.
Mr. Hamner is the state by stipulation.
We'll submit it to the court.
Okay, if everybody's marked on
S3.
S3 will be admitted.
Okay, would you like me to approach you?
Yes, please. Thank you. And so this is an excerpt of Mr. Wolfson's campaign contribution report, the first one of 2022, taken from the Nevada Secretary of State's website by public download. And it shows, and this is the fourth page, which again, you're only going to receive the fourth page of this. It states that it's recorded that on March 26, 2022, Adam Fenn of 8782 Big Bluff Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89148, gave Stephen Wolfson $5,000 for his campaign. I am not crazy. I am not trying to avoid responsibility. This entire situation, well, I'll put it this way, that Compass Realty could move so much with money in this day and age in our city is incredible to me. I'm innocent. And, I'm not the kind of person who could brutally murder another man, do it with apparent experience and training, and then go to the gym, and then go pick up my children. I can't imagine being that type of person. I didn't kill Mr. German, and I'm innocent. Sir,
Have you concluded?
I have concluded.
Let me approach and get the, and we're moving through admission in case you have leaders already admitted. Thank you.
Is that all your redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Any recross?
Yeah, briefly. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I just really want to cover two topics. So you touched on the public records request that, Gammon wouldn't have heard about any, personal communications between you and Roberta because the records request wouldn't allow it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And therefore, that's why you wouldn't try to kill him, correct?
Certainly wouldn't be a motive.
Okay. But you would agree with me, you're not friends with Mr. Gammon, correct?
No, sir.
He didn't tell you, sit down with you and tell you how he's writing his stories, correct?
He did not.
He didn't share with you what information he collected, correct?
He did not.
And you're familiar that, journalists have things called sources, right?
Sure.
And they collect information from multiple places, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So all you know is that Mr. Gammon had made one personal records request to your office, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what other information he had gathered as of August of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Therefore, this idea that Gammon wasn't going to be able to write any further article, you don't know that for a fact, isn't that right?
Well, I certainly thought, based on the records request, that he would not.
Right, because you're claiming you based it on that limited knowledge, but let's be clear. Journalists have multiple sources that they can collect information from, right?
Sure.
And you knew that as of August 8th, he did intend to want to seek information about you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
You had even told your best employee, Nicole, that I have a fear that these articles are going to jeopardize my ability to have employment in the future, correct?
I did.
You were concerned about even being able to work as an attorney in the city. Isn't that right?
I thought it crossed my mind, yes.
Not just crossed your mind, you memorialized it in a private text message to your best employee, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you additionally told her, I wish I had it in front of me. Let me just see if I can recall this. You are worried about the article. Give me, you know what, can I have the Nicole off in the email? I don't want to get it wrong. Yes.
First indulgence.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to ask. Sorry. Thank you. Now I remember. You told this jury that you claimed you weren't worried when you received the August 8th email from the county that Gammon was looking into because you weren't worried because you knew none of the personal stuff was going out, correct?
Yes.
But isn't it true just a couple hours later you're writing Nicole saying the exact opposite?
No.
Okay. You don't know it. We'll let everyone check the notes on that. But
Sure.
Isn't it true the message that you send to Nicole post-dates the email you received from the county?
Yes, but I was talking about pre-existing articles
Sure.
and the damage that was done.
That's what you claim.
That's what I claim. Yes.
Okay. So bottom line is you were so concerned about the articles, you're writing your best employee about it, correct?
I did not reach out to her to do it.
And then 4 days later, there's 130 images mapping out Mr. Kerman's neighborhood, correct?
Not for me, but yes.
And then on the 15th, there's this amateurish surveillance going on, correct?
Objection is characterization that amateur.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. There's the Popeye surveillance happening, correct?
Again, I didn't do it, but yes.
Okay, and then just after that, we have as you fully admitted, there are pictures from your desk of all of Mr. Gehrman's personally identifying information in your phone, correct?
And I don't know that to be the case. Again, it could have been placed there on an image. It
Sure,
wasn't
but
just
you
on the phone.
fully admitted, like, that's my computer, that's my desk. I mean, you told us that yesterday, right?
It appears, the photo appears to have my desk, yes.
No, you said, that's my desk. You didn't say it appears, you said, that's my desk.
I thought you did
Remember?
yesterday, but sure, again,
Thank
same
you.
thing.
And that just happens to be the same month that your expert witness looked into your phone and saw you turned off all your location data.
I object not as to that month. It appeared most of the year
And-
that that location was not there. So that
Right, and-
mischaracterizes Mr. Aguero's testimony.
Sure. Isn't there a slide from August 1st to August 31st of 2022 talking about location data from your phone?
Yes,
And
and
it was a blank slate, right?
I will get to that in my redirect.
No, you gotta get to it now. Isn't it
But
true?
give
It was
me
a
one
blank
moment,
slate.
please. Can you give me one moment, just a second, right?
Just a minute, just a minute.
Please? And, okay, so can you give me the
Sir.
question? Okay, hold on just
Isn't
a
it
moment, please. Just
Isn't
one
it
moment,
true
please.
that there is a slide produced by your expert that's entitled August 1st through August 31st, 2022, and it literally says no location data. Do you remember that slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that existed, correct?
I don't know that it did, because I didn't take that photo.
No, just your expert did.
Are we talking about the photo or the slide?
Not take the photo, so
But
again,
it was it prepared?
Right, your
Who
expert,
prepared
your expert introduced it on his direct examination. Do you remember that?
I don't know if you're talking about the slide or the photo, sir. I'm trying to get
I'm
clarification.
talking about the slide.
Okay.
Your expert analyzed your location data for the month of August. Do you remember him talking about that on direct?
I said that earlier, yes.
Do you remember him talking about it on cross?
I don't, but I remember him talking about it.
And you remember seeing the slide, and he showed an image showing that there is not 1 ounce of location data on your phone for the month before Mr. Gehrman is killed. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then the second point is, so let's talk about the donation. So Adam Fenn donated $5,000 to Wolfson's campaign, correct?
Yes,
It came from a campaign report in the first quarter, is that correct?
yes,
So that would be the first 3 months of the year, correct?
yes.
So sometime between January to March is this $5,000 donation, correct? That's 2 months prior to the Gehrman articles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
And it's also
so
a
no,
few weeks after the introduction maybe between me and Wolfson and Jappy.
so you say Compass could move so much money in this day and age, it's incredible to me, correct?
Right.
And what we've heard from you is it's a whopping $15,000.
So what I have found in doing my research on Mr. Wolfson's campaign reports is that he's got people who donate to him year over year.
Okay.
So basically it's a subscription for a get out of jail free card.
So now the DA's in on it too.
I'm just telling you what I found when I've researched, and you can look at the Nevada Secretary of State's website to do the research yourself.
Well, I've got you here, sir, so I want to ask you, is DA Stephen Wolfson in on the conspiracy to have Jeff Gehrman murdered? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know about that, but I certainly know he turned a blind eye toward crime.
So answer my question, yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, so but you can't rule it out, right?
Can you rule it out?
It doesn't matter whether I can rule it out. I'm not the one under oath.
I can't rule it out.
Okay, so you can't rule out Rita, you can't rule out Wolfson, you can't rule out Cliff Maud, you can't rule out the DNA people, you can't rule out anonymous patrol officers. Am I catching this all right? You can't rule out Adam Fenn, anyone from Compass, right? How about Cindy Sauerland? Is she part of this too?
I don't know. I can't rule it out.
Okay, so it's all just one big conspiracy, correct?
No, sir, I didn't say that they were all involved. I just said I can't rule out who and who is not involved.
But at the end of the day, you're just the victim in this whole thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Davis?
Yes. And again, when it comes to these photos and the notion that there was no location information on them, I didn't take the photos. So whether they had location information on them or not, I'm not surprised they don't have any location information on them. So this point that somehow that shows I'm guilty is just, I don't know, it still makes no sense to me. And then when it comes again to Mr. Wolfson, I did do that research into him, and I did find that around the time that Paris Hilton had picked up charges here in Las Vegas, that
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
I think he opened the door.
Objection is sustained.
All right. So I'm sure that someone will be doing the homework on that. But
And
I
that
think
comment
that's-
is stricken from the record.
And so, thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for myself.
Okay, anything else?
Based on that, no, thank you.
Okay. Looks like we have a question from a juror. All right, we have questions from a juror. Court's exhibit number 20. Were you concerned that your wife would get knowledge of the affair before you get to tell her about it yourself, or did she only find out after Mr. Gehrman's murder took place?
She actually did find out beforehand, and I did, unfortunately, like I said, I made a mistake, and it is what it is. And so, no, as far as my wife is concerned, and my family is concerned, they did forgive me for what happened.
Okay, and court's exhibit number 21. How tall are you without lifts?
5'6.5".
Any follow-up from do you have anything else you want to say, Mr. Matthias? Any follow-up
I don't believe
based on
so.
those
Yeah.
questions?
No.
Okay, Mr. Hamner?
No, you're
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. And you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you gonna have
Yes.
any further witnesses?
No, we are not.
Okay, so the defense rests.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, does the state have any further witnesses in rebuttal?
What do you want to do? Okay, we'll call Matt Vallow. Sorry, Matt Vallow. And if you'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Matthew, Mathew. Last name Hovanes, Hovanec.
No. No.
And before Mr. Hamner begins, I have a quick question for Your Honor, just briefly. Your Honor.
Sir, I want to talk about, first, just briefly about an extraction report that you had an opportunity to review regarding a timeline publishing 374. Do you see that here?
I do.
This is the one that kind of lays out text messages and phone calls that came in and out of Mr. Tellis' phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
You see how over here on the right we have a deleted column?
I do.
Are there instances where Celebrite, its programming, can capture and notate when, for example, something is deleted? Is that right?
There are.
And what would show up in that column if the program was actually able to collect or catch that deleted data?
Usually there's a red X if it captures the deleted data.
Sometimes it may also say like a red yes or something like that.
Something along those lines.
Okay. In your experience, does Celebrite capture every single time someone deletes data off their phone?
No.
Okay. And so, and do you have an idea as to why that is? Like, why does it sometimes catch it and sometimes it doesn't?
It all goes back to the inner workings of cell phones and how they store data.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term like marked for deletion?
I have.
What does that mean?
So everything in a cell phone is stored in a database. When you press delete, say if it's an image, a text message, whatever it might be, while you, the user, no longer see that data because you believe you've deleted it, it could still be sitting in that database marked for deletion. So until it's overwritten or actually deleted from that database, it's not technically deleted from the phone.
Okay. And so there may be steps that a user of a phone could maybe take to make sure that it's not just marked, but like truly cleared out of a phone. Would that be fair? Or?
No, the user really doesn't have any access to the database.
So it's just the functioning of the phone,
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And just to be clear here, I'm showing what are entries 23, 24, and 25. I'll zoom out just a little bit. So 23, 24, 25 don't have any marks for deletion, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so nothing's been noted there. But you did happen, I can't even remember, did you have a chance to see like the Apple Watch image?
I did.
Okay, to do a comparison, correct?
Yes.
You can't tell us whether or not definitively this, like, do you know if like it's deleted or not? Do you have an answer, a definitive answer on that?
I do not.
Okay, it's just simply, it's not here, correct?
Correct.
So a possibility is it could be deleted. It possibly, maybe it transfers over. It doesn't make it into the phone.
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, did you provide us with some information from Celebrite about deleted data?
I did a screenshot from their website.
Okay, I'm going to show opposing counsel produce any objections to its submission.
Just screenshot, no.
Okay, great. I'm going to publish, can we request, right. It's been marked, I haven't asked. Permission to admit states proposed 411.
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted, you need to publish.
I'm sorry, there's those 411.
Yes. Sir, why don't you do this if you can? Why don't you just read out from the header, just read it all for us.
Starting with deleted data?
Yeah.
Deleted data, mobile device forensics. Deleted data may sometimes be recoverable depending on the level of extraction obtained. The encryption type on the device will determine probability of success. Full disk encryption, file-based encryption, no encryption. Deleted data may be available in the following circumstances. It is not actually deleted, just marked for deletion, any extraction type.
Another topic. Recipes. Were you asked to search through Mr. Tellis's phone to see if there was any evidence of recipes located in the phone?
I was.
Okay. I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked as states proposed 399, 400, 401. I'm going to show at least those right now to opposing counsel. I should previously show it. I see them. Okay. May I approach the witness? I'm going to show you states proposed 399, 400, and 401. Take a look at those and let me know if you recognize what you're looking at.
Yes, search is conducted.
Thanks. Are these fair and accurate depictions of data that you reviewed and ultimately was extracted out of Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
We're going to ask that states proposed 399, 400, and 401 be admitted.
No objection.
So, in Celebrite, is there a search box that can globally search everything in a phone?
There is.
I'm actually going to show opposing counsel 398. May I approach? I'm showing with states proposed 398. What are we looking at here?
It's basically the home page from a cell phone extraction on Celebrate.
Okay, is this a fair and accurate depiction
It is.
of that? Okay. We're going to ask the admission of states 398.
No objection.
Additionally, I'd like to approach opposing counsel with states proposed 402 and 403. May I approach? Thank you. Approaching the witness for states proposed 402 and 403. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
I do.
Are these, what are these?
Extraction reports and text messages.
Okay, and this is in relation to searching for fried rice?
Yes,
Okay. Are they fair and accurate depictions of some of the results that you had?
they are.
All right, we're asking for the admission of states 402 and 403.
No objection.
Okay, so I want to start at least with 398. What are we kind of looking at here, just so we can see?
Again, that's the main home page of when you process something in Celebrate Physical Analyzer.
Okay, so this is kind of like the main home screen of Celebrite, correct?
Yes,
I see that your name is here. Is that right?
correct?
Okay, and it's kind of giving the breakdown of what type of phone it is that right?
Correct.
Over here in this corner, what is that little box? And it's been cut off. In this
see it.
corner up here, what is that little box?
That's a search bar.
Does that globally search every single category, every inch of that phone if you put in a certain keyword?
It searches all the parse data, yes.
Okay, so I want to first talk about the word recipe. Did you type that word in that global search box?
I did.
Did it produce some types of results?
It did.
Okay. Did one of them involve web history?
I believe it did.
Publishing 399. If we look at entry number 1, how many results were there total?
3.
What's the title of result number 1?
Air fryer French fries recipe, love and lemons.
Okay, so not chicken fried rice.
No.
What's the date that appeared in the phone?
September 1st, 2022 at 6:07 and 51 seconds PM.
So not later in the week of that first week in September, correct?
No.
Let's look at the second entry. What's the title of that one?
How to make cauliflower rice, Cookie and Kate.
Okay, so not chicken fried rice.
No.
What's the date on that one?
August 29th, 2022, 7:04:52 seconds PM.
So not a couple of days after Mr. Gehrman was killed.
No.
Let's look at the last recipe. What's the title of that one?
French basil pesto recipe.
Okay, and what's the date on that one?
August 11th, 2022, 7:53:45 seconds PM.
So not a couple of days after Mr. Gehrman's murder.
No.
And if we look at that second entry, you described it, it said how to make cauliflower rice, but the word recipe doesn't appear there. Can you look at the second column?
Yes.
What is the website that was used for that? Read
Is
that out.
cookieandkate.com/cauliflower rice recipe.
All right, so the word recipe ends up appearing there, and that's how the Celebrite pulled it, correct?
Yes.
All right. When you did the recipe search, did you also find some instant messages with the word recipe in it?
I did.
Okay. Publishing 401. If we could, please read us the date of when this message is done.
August 24th, 2017, 1:47:37 seconds PM.
Okay. And in that second sentence or third sentence beginning there, can you just read that out? It's in the second row.
There you can find and post recipes and videos, learn about ingredients and techniques, ask questions, and share your love of cooking and food writing with other community members.
Okay. Publishing 400. How many? This appears to be kind of instant messages derived between someone by name May and the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
So let's look at this first entry. What's the date on that one?
October 1st, 2020, 2:06:36 seconds PM.
And this deals with dog food recipes, is that right?
It appears to be.
Let's look at the second text message. What's the date on this one?
October 1st, 2020, 2:06:36 seconds PM.
So dog food recipes again?
Yes.
Looking at this date, what's the date on this one?
June 4th, 2021, 2:57:21 seconds PM.
Okay, so again, we're not even within the same year as the day that Mr. Gehrman dies, correct?
We are not.
Let alone a couple days afterwards.
Correct.
And this was, so that's that date. Okay, let's move on to the fourth one. What's the date on this one?
June 4th, 2021, 2:57:21 seconds PM.
All right, so when you did a global search for the word recipe, this is all you could come up with out of that phone, or at least that's all that Celebrite came up with. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you also put in the global search box the terms fried rice?
Yes.
Publishing 402. What is the date on this instant message?
March 16th, 2022, 6:57:34 seconds PM.
Okay, and what does it say in the message?
Can I get a bowl with teriyaki chicken and fried rice and a side of chow mein?
This appears to be potentially some people with the last name, maybe his children and Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
Turning to the second entry. What's the date on this one?
March 16th, 2022, 6:57:34 seconds PM.
So again, not even remotely close to the month of September. Is that right?
Correct.
Could you please read out what it says?
Can I get a bowl with teriyaki chicken and fried rice and a side of chow mein?
Publishing 403. What is the date on this one?
That'd be March 10th, 2019, 10:08:44 seconds PM.
Please read out the message.
Fried rice, chow mein spelled incorrectly, lemonade, and teriyaki chicken.
Okay, so this was all that Celebrite could draw up from for fried rice. Is that right?
That is correct.
Additionally, did you also run a search for the term Chinese rice?
We did.
This is focusing very well. Okay. And what happened when you typed that in?
No results.
Okay, so there was nothing that popped up.
Correct.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Ross?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that there will be another detective called after this witness. Could we have him stay for a potential recall?
Sure,
Thank you.
sure. So you don't have questions now, but you
I
don't want me
do,
to.
actually, there's a few things that we'd like to address right now. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness. Show me what's proposed to defense exhibit N3. Could be a property impoundment report,
It does.
reference to electronic devices.
It does.
Move for admission of defense exhibit N3. No objection. I may publish. In reference to what may have been Googled, what may have been searched for or not, we do have a list of electronic devices that were seized as part of this investigation. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
And in addition to this, the Dell Optiplex desktop, at the bottom we have the Dell Optiplex desktop that you basically addressed last week through the course of your testimony. Do you recall that?
I do.
We also have another electronic device, the Samsung tablet in black case, correct?
Correct.
These questions that you were, and then again, here we have Dell laptop, correct?
Correct.
In reference to these questions for recipes and the like, these questions and based upon the Celebrate extraction were based upon searches that may have occurred on the phone that was possessed by Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's correct.
Did you make these same searches on these other electronic devices?
I did not. No.
So you weren't looking for these recipes or anything like this on these other electronic devices that may have contained that information?
I was not.
I'm going to approach you with 3 exhibits. If you just give me just one moment. Let me approach the witness. Approaching you with defense proposed exhibits O, R, and Q. That's correct. You recognize these?
I recognize, what they appear to be, yes.
You can tell the jury what they are.
2 of them are examination reports from Magnet's Axiom program. One of them is an extraction report from the cellular phone using Celebrate.
And these reports were prepared by yourself? Can you briefly approach? guys state what you're doing or having to do, what would you want me to do? What you'd like him, so it's an angel.
Right. I mean, is there any further questions from this, for this witness other than that?
Before the lunch break, no, Your Honor, in reference to.
Okay. Anything else from this witness?
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to step down. You're not excused yet. You're gonna be, called back. But I think the, district attorney just has further instructions for you, and then we'll have you come back and continue with your testimony. Any other witnesses?
We can call, we can call Detective Gallus.
Perfect.
Sorry, Ms. Clark.
Mr. Hamner,
Detective
are
Gallus.
you gonna go?
Well, we need, I don't-
Okay, just ask the detective to stay close by
Yes,
for further instructions. Mr. Draskovich, before the next witness comes in, do you want to talk to that detective?
Yes, thank you.
We'll wait.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna have to do, because he has the mouse, so just wait, thank you though.
All right.
Is she out there?
Yeah, they said they.
Oh, okay.
I need to
No
set
problem.
up, sorry. Sam, you want to give me that exhibit? Right. Gonna have to start.
Are we ready for the
I
second?
can start, with photos while we're waiting for the computer, if that's okay with the court.
Sure.
Okay, so Detective Gallus.
Okay, Detective Gavin, we're ready now.
hand if you'll please remain standing. Raise your right hand, face forward.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you. Good morning.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
It's Justine, Justine, Gaddis, Gatus.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Detective Gaddis, in the course of the investigation into the murder of Mr. Behrman, did you learn how many vehicles Mr. Matthias had in his household?
Yes, there were 3.
And can you tell the members of the jury what those 3 were?
There was the 07 red GMC Yukon Denali. There was a brown, I can't remember the model of it, but it was a BMW SUV and a black Tesla.
Okay, and we've seen pictures, obviously, of the Yukon and of the car stop with the Tesla. And I think there's some search warrant photos of the BMW. In the course of your investigation, did you become, his residence is on Spanish Steps,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
In the course of the investigation, did you learn about a Planet Fitness located on Charleston?
Yes, I did.
And did you ever drive or try to figure out the drive time between those 2 locations?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
It's about 4 to 6 minutes.
Okay.
Depends on which street you take specifically or if you get caught at the light.
Okay. So if you were leaving Spanish Steps and going to Planet Fitness, you said it would take about 4 to 6 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor? Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as states proposed 407 through 410. If you could just look through those and let me know when you're done.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those exhibits as a map of those 2 locations, Planet Fitness and Spanish Steps, as well as pictures of Mr. Tellis's BMW?
Yes, I do.
State moves to admit 407 through 410.
No objection.
May I publish, Your Honor? I'm putting on the overhead on what's been admitted as states 407. Detective, what are we looking at in that photo?
That is a Google Earth image of the area of town that encompasses 9624 Spanish Steps Lane and the Planet Fitness over there at Charleston and Fort Apache.
Okay, and on the left side, there's a couple different routes you can go. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
When you look at this, can you put the mouse or show the members of the jury the location of Mr. Tellis's house?
That's right there.
Okay. How about that elementary school, Piggott Elementary that we hear about?
It's this structure here.
Okay. And then are you able to move the mouse to the Planet Fitness location?
Yes, that is over here.
Okay. And that street, that main street up towards the top of the photo, that's Charleston.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
The street that goes in front of that elementary school, do we know what that street's called?
Red Hills.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now what's been admitted as states 408. What are we looking at there?
That is the picture of the brown BMW SUV that Mr. Tejas has registered to his family.
And this is 409.
That is the backside view of the same vehicle.
And states 410.
And that is a side profile of the same vehicle.
Okay. Now, the video that we've seen throughout the trial has all been little clips. But for all the video that was collected in this case, was there hours and hours collected from all of these locations?
Yes.
And that was all preserved by yourself and other detectives?
That's correct.
And for the record, Your Honor, all of the long form video is on state's proposed 372, so we would move that into evidence or offer it.
No objection.
Okay. Now, with regard to this BMW, did you review video from Piggott Elementary School at a particular date and time?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the members of the jury what that was?
So I reviewed it for September 2nd, 2022. Basically at the time that the Denali arrives back on Red Hills Road and then up toward, as it turns towards Mr. Tejas' house. I continued to watch it as well. About approximately 12 minutes later, the vehicle that I believe is the brown BMW comes out of the same area, off the same street, and makes another turn down Red Hills Road as if coming the same direction that the Denali had just arrived from.
And so if I'm understanding you, the Denali comes into the neighborhood
Yes, ma'am?
and then about 10 minutes later or
I thought it was about 12 minutes.
12
but,
minutes
yeah.
later, you see a vehicle that you believe is the BMW go in front of that elementary school in the direction, one of the ways to Planet Fitness?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the state, Your Honor, would now offer 406, which should be a clip of that.
No objection.
It's in there.
We can cue over.
And now, well, are we seeing the vehicle take a left turn on that Red Hills Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And the time at the bottom was 12:03.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. We've given testimony that the video that we just saw was taken from the entrance of the neighborhood. Where specifically was this video that we just saw taken from?
It was the camera was affixed to the Piggott Elementary School.
Piggott.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So it wasn't necessarily the entrance to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, but I mean, it's a couple streets back, fair to say.
I guess we'd have to look at the map to be specific, but it's,
And that was addressed in Mr. Mogg's testimony in the location of Piggott in relation to the neighborhood where Mr. Tellis lives. But I mean, it wasn't right at the entrance. There was a street that one had to drive up and come around and enter, fair to say.
yes, it's a fairly short distance though.
Fairly short distance.
Yeah.
Are you aware, in reference to the neighborhood where Mr. Tellis lives, are there other entrances and exits?
Yes, there is one additional that I know of.
Okay. Showing what's been marked as defense exhibit T3. Okay. Can I represent to you that this is a Google map between two different locations? I don't believe there's an objection to the admission.
Is there any objection to?
No, Your Honor, sorry.
Okay, T3 is admitted.
This is also a Google map.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where that is. Okay.
You recognize these 2 points of interest?
Yes, I do.
I may publish.
Mhm.
This little different subject, but we've got you here, so we're going to ask you this question. This is a Google map again, timed distances, the driving. We have this point here, the red point, the Clark County Public Administrator Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is where Mr. Tellis was working.
Correct.
You've heard testimony concerning the search, I think it was from you on September 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
correct? And this other address on West Vegas Drive, North Jones Boulevard, this is the location that you were able to ascertain from photographs, and you had given testimony that you felt that this was a surveillance point. Remember all the photographs of all
Yes.
the various cars? That's that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have a drive time, there's two, and oftentimes Google Maps, they have different times, but we have 11 minutes and 12 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
We have a 4.4 mile distance and a 5.2 mile distance.
Correct.
Court's indulgence for just one moment. Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Actually, I do.
That's
I'm
okay,
so
go
sorry.
ahead.
Obviously, you were the primary in this case.
Yes, sir.
For the homicide detail. There'd been testimony concerning these various locations where images were captured, security, ring cam footage, correct?
Correct.
By yourself and others.
Yes, sir.
Specifically concerning Mr. Tellis's home. There had been a discussion with Mr. Mogg concerning his security cameras, and I think you and I had addressed that last.
I know I saw the images of the cameras up and the cameras not up. And
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. There was a question. There were security cameras up above near the roof line where they were not there on September 1st, but then later, I think Tolliver had testified, but then there were security cameras up above, correct? That had
Yes.
been later installed. And Mr. Tellis had testified concerning that, but let's talk about a ring camera.
Yes, sir.
A ring camera right by the front door. There was a ring camera there, correct?
Yes, there was.
And was the data from that ring camera obtained?
What was available was obtained, yes.
And what was available?
Oh, I'd have to look back in the case file. I don't remember at this point. I knew there wasn't anything at the particular timing that were basically on the second. There wasn't much video that was found to be relevant.
Okay, so is it your testimony that there was no relevance? And I mean, obviously, did you have a chance to review what may have been captured?
Yeah, the ring video I did.
Okay, and specifically on September 2nd, was there any evidence that you're aware that was recovered from the ring camera that was right next to his front door?
I can't remember if there were clips from the second or not. I just remember that whatever was there, I could tell it wasn't relevant. And that's why there wasn't any clips preserved, or they were all preserved, my mistake. But that's why any clips weren't used potentially in that video synopsis that was provided.
And who would have reviewed the evidence that was taken from the ring camera?
I know I did. I'm not sure who, are you referring to Detective Mogg?
Yes, or yourself. I'm asking who would have reviewed the contents of that ring camera?
I did. And I know he had it available to him with the video production. So I could assume one way or the other, but I can't say if he did. I know I did.
Okay, and if he had given testimony when asked that same question, he talked about the security cameras up above that were installed later, but he didn't appear to have any memory of anything that may have been reviewed from that ring camera.
Okay.
All right, and you don't have an independent recollection of what may or may not have been recovered from that ring camera?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. When you say not relevant on the ring camera, what does that mean?
We knew what time, or had estimated the timing of when the red denali would have left, when it would have arrived back. And there was nothing at those timing marks or really in between that time either showing that Mr. Matthias was home or that anybody else was coming and going.
So it wasn't informative as to the whereabouts of Mr. Matthias at any time?
Correct.
Thank you.
And when we talk about any time, we're talking later in the day,
I'm talking on the second.
on the second. So outside of that, you have no memory of anything that may or may not have been captured on that ring camera on September 2nd.
I don't. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for coming back today. Does the state have any further witnesses waiting?
We do not, Your Honor. I think we may be recalling, or Mr. Gaskovich may want to recall Detective Hilton.
Okay, all right, so we'll break for lunch.
Thank you.
During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till lunch. When that witness comes back, I think that's our last witness of the day, right? We will bring you back in when that witness is here, and we will probably end early for the day. But at this time, you're excused for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, all right.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we can bring the witness back in. Okay, Detective, you understand you are still under oath?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat if you'll just state and spell your name for the record.
Once again, first name is Matthew, Mattthew. Last name Hovanes, Hovanec.
Thank you.
If I may approach.
You may.
Detective, I'm showing you it's been admitted as defense exhibit L3.
Yes.
Showing you it's been marked as defense proposed exhibit 03, on 03, I'm sorry. It's been marked for admittance on Q3 as well as R3. And this time we can move for admittance of these. Objection.
Okay, they're all admitted.
Just have a couple questions for you.
Yes.
In reference to exhibit 03, you can see that this, on page 1, that this is an extraction report from a virtual image produced by you, I mean, your forensic examiner, correct? In this, and you testified previously in this case.
Not sure what you're referring to as a virtual image.
The photographs. We recall the photographs.
Oh, am I
considering
I might
Popeyes.
be looking. You said 03?
Let me ask you this. I'll just back up. This is a report generated from the Dell Optiplex.
These are two reports here that were generated from data that I extracted from the Dell Optiplex, yes.
You can see that it was logged into with a personal Gmail account, correct? That'd be page 4. rrtellis@gmail.com.
There has been a Chrome login with that email address, yes.
This was the same account used on the Android phone that you had given testimony to or concerning previously.
If I had that extraction, I could verify that, but I don't have any reason to not believe you.
Okay, and that's consistent with your prior testimony concerning the cell phone.
Okay.
Is it fair to say that that means that anybody, and we have a work computer and then we have the cell phone. Is it fair to say that this means that anyone in or out of the public administrator's office with access to this computer could also access the same Google account that the phone was syncing to?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
I mean, they're synced. And if a person, obviously, the Google account that the cell phone had access to was accessed also from the work computer, or able to, the one that was recovered from the public administrator's office.
I have nothing in this report to show me his phone was synced. I just have an artifact here showing me a Chrome login using a specific email address.
Okay. And if I told you that's the same login address that was used from the cell phone, would you have any reason to disagree with?
No.
And again, not claiming, you were asked previously about hacker information, but if you have this access from the public administrator's office, from the desktop accessing the Google account that the cell phone had access to, it's fair to say that one could access that Google account from either location, from the cell phone or the desktop that was at the public administrator's office.
It would be possible to log into the account from both locations.
If I could turn your attention to Q3. recall that line of questioning previously and the previous day that you had testified concerning all the images?
I do.
Were the alleged surveillance images.
Yes.
This shows, and if I represented you, this was the last snapshot being taken. It was on 8/15/2022 at 10:32:48 a.m.
That is what it's showing as a modified time. That's not necessarily the time the picture was taken.
Do you have any information concerning what the last access, and the last access doesn't necessarily mean that it was changed in any way, but that's what we, based upon your testimony previously, that's about the time that this was taken or it was accessed.
So on here, it has a modified timestamp. That's the last time that the phone interacted with that photo. It really doesn't have anything to do necessarily with when that photo was taken.
Okay. If I could turn your attention to what's been admitted, R3. If you could turn to page 18. Here we have there's a record of time of somebody accessing the Ariana Payne's employment probation completion. Do you see that?
I do.
And you see that time being accessed at 10:44:29 a.m.?
I do.
Presumably that was from the desktop from the public administrator's office as well as the time that was accessed, correct?
That appears correct.
And if we could go to page 11. See that? You can see that as you can see, the first access is at 10:43:13 a.m., correct?
First visited date, time, yes.
In reference to the questions concerning deleted images, I may approach. You were asked questions concerning the Celebrite extraction of the subject cell phone, the one belonging to Mr. Tellis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Again, during the break, you didn't examine the actual cell phone, correct?
No.
You had been provided a photograph. It was a picture taken. It was up from the Celebrite webpage, and it discussed deletion, correct?
Correct.
Would that deletion necessarily concern the content, or would that deletion concern the metadata, or both?
It could vary, could be both.
So the metadata is basically the data concerning the data on the phone. Is that a fair?
It's data about data, yes.
And in reference to this exhibit, it was the timeline extraction, correct?
Correct.
And if you could please explain to the jury what a timeline extraction is versus an SMS or a text message extraction.
So a timeline extraction basically takes all the artifacts that were parsed out by Celebrite and just puts them in a chronological order by date and time.
And you're obviously able to access various information through this timeline extraction.
I'm not sure what you're asking there.
This timeline extraction, it contains more information, different information than, let's say, the Teams or SMS extraction, fair to say?
Not necessarily the timeline, it's just putting everything into order by date and time.
And there is an extra column on this timeline extraction contained within this exhibit L3, where on the right, and you did see this, correct?
Yes.
It says deleted, and it says yes, correct?
I'd have to see that again.
Absolutely.
That is correct.
Permission to publish this. So here in this right column, and it's, let's see. Everybody see that? Up here we have deleted and it says yes, correct?
Yes.
And there were a number of questions made yesterday concerning a message that was sent to Mr. Tellis's phone. Message being 10:36:02. And there was questions posed to Mr. Tellis concerning having deleted that text message. All right?
Okay.
I'm just telling you what testimony was today. Based upon this timeline extraction, where when a matter is deleted, it says yes. Here, we don't have the red letter stating deleted yes, correct?
Correct.
Same thing as to 3, the instant messages deleted. We don't have yes, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hamilton?
Just want to cover quick topics. Publishing and through defense N3. You remember those questions on cross-examination? You were shown this property report and you were asked if you had searched for recipes in any of these devices. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked questions about the other devices, yes.
Okay, so if you could, sir, do you see where it says remarks here?
Yes.
Can you read that sentence for me?
Item 1 was taken from Lee Kennett's cubicle. Items 2 through 6 were taken from Tellis's office.
Okay, so these were objects. You didn't search for the term recipe or fried rice in relation to digital devices removed physically out of the public administrator's office.
I've done no searches on the other devices.
So like you didn't go through desktop computers to look for recipes?
No.
Okay, but all of that stuff came physically out of the PA's office?
Yes.
It didn't come out of Mr. Tellis's home?
No.
Do you remember there being some question about whether if you have a login that connects to an email, that somehow that links a phone to a computer, something along with, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, you said that that's not what that necessarily means, correct? That's not what that stands for?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, there are apps or softwares or programs that sometimes require an email address as your username, right?
That's correct.
It doesn't necessarily mean that the data will show up on another device. It just means if you want to access that particular website, you could, you type in your email and then maybe a password or something like that.
Correct.
Okay. And on those documents, it appears Mr. Tellis's Gmail account is maybe the username.
It does.
There was questions about, I think there was one of those street surveillance images. There was a report on that.
Yes.
Okay. Just so we're clear, you on direct and I think on cross talked a little bit about the difference between when the report says modified versus created, right? You
Yes.
had discussions with this jury about that. What is the difference if you see in an extraction report where an image is created versus modified? What's the difference?
So when the image actually has a full complement of metadata, you might get something like the created time when that picture was actually taken, when it was created. In this instance, with a modified time, that's the last time that phone interacted with that file for whatever reason.
And I think we had a lot of discussions about the pathway of a lot of these images being located in what, a cache file, is that right?
Cache files, yes.
What exactly, again, is a cache file?
The cache file is just storing data about these files in order to help the phone speed up processes later on.
So you could, in theory, create a photo, delete that photo that would have had the creation metadata, but if the image was stored in a cache file, that image would just still stay in there, correct?
It would.
Okay, and so when we're seeing modified, you said that's the last time your phone is interacting with the image in the cache, right?
Yes.
And again, the phone has this cache file because it does what? Does it shrink sometimes images down so they're easier to send or things like that?
It can change the size of them just to make it easier to recall that image later.
Okay, but that's the significance of modified, right?
Yes.
There were some questions again about the where are you message. Do you remember being asked that on cross?
Yes.
just to be clear, you can't speak to definitively if it's been deleted or not. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And just to be clear, I'm going to publish L3, defense L3. In some instances, when there's this column here that says deleted, some instances Celebrite can actually capture when a user deletes an image, correct?
Delete some message in this case, yes.
And that's kind of what records that, correct?
Yes.
But there are instances where things are removed from a phone and it won't pop up in that column. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think you even had the little printout from Celebrite that explains that as well, correct?
Correct.
There were some questions about the distinction between timeline and Teams messages or SMS messages. Do you remember that?
I do.
Just to be clear, if a phone contained SMS messages, and maybe, you know what Microsoft Teams is?
I do.
Okay, let's just say for a second, a phone carried Microsoft Teams messages rather than, let's say, a desktop. Well, let's say the phone has Microsoft Teams message, SMS message, maybe multimedia message. If all of those categories were in a phone and you went to the timeline, if it had timestamps on those messages in all those categories, would timeline just simply put it all in chron order?
It would.
Does timeline in any way manipulate or change the data that's in the phone?
No.
It just puts it in chronological order.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Dressage?
Yes, just so we're clear then, in reference to the images, and there has been testimony elicited concerning these images near a Popeyes. Based upon your testimony, we can't say when those photographs were taken.
I cannot.
So then to say that they were taken in August, we can't really say that, can we?
I cannot.
So if there was a line of questioning elicited from witnesses yesterday that they were taken August 15th, we can't say that, can we?
I cannot.
In reference to the messages, and there's been questions asked previously concerning deleted or not, that perhaps Mr. Tellis had deleted this message from a family member on the morning of September 2nd. We can't say then, based upon your review of the data, if they, in fact, that question or that email had been, or text had been deleted, correct?
No, I cannot say that.
So it'd be wrong to then assume that it had been deleted since we don't know.
On my end, yes.
And finally, I was actually going to get it. I have it finished, but I'm not sure. There were multiple devices seized from Mr. Tellis's home, correct? Electronic devices.
You said from his home?
Yes.
Correct.
We had a Lenovo laptop, model 80SA. You aware of that?
If it's on the property report, yes.
We have a Dell laptop,
Sounds there were quite a few items seized.
and there were quite a few electronic items seized, correct?
Yes.
There was this Toshiba disk drive, card adapter, but we have at least 2 laptops, correct?
You say it's correct off the property sheet, yes.
Did you search those to look for the rice recipes or chicken and rice recipes concerning the questions that you were asked before?
I have not searched any other devices, no.
You did not.
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else from the state?
One question based off of something you mentioned. He said, remember that question, it'd be wrong to assume that like the where are you message was deleted by Mr. Tellis. Do you remember something
I
along
do.
those lines? But just to be clear, even though you can't definitively say, you can't rule it out as a possibility, correct? It's possible a user could have deleted the message.
That is correct. I can't say one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
But then to argue that it has been deleted, that would also be incorrect, correct?
Again, I can't say one way.
Right, our view is different. I mean, if you want to ask him his opinion,
You can't say.
I cannot say.
And we wouldn't be able to say unless we had the actual physical phone that was taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Even having the actual physical phone might not lead to that information.
Okay. But then to assume that if we have it on an Apple Watch and not have it on this extraction, we can't say that it was deleted, correct? Because this is just the extraction.
This is just an extraction of this specific device.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, anything else for this witness? Okay, it looks like we have a question. Okay, and then, question from the jurors been marked as Court's Exhibit 22. If someone airdrops pictures, would you know if the pictures are on the phone due to an airdrop? And if so, can you tell who did the drop of the pictures?
I don't have a lot of personal experience investigating that specific question, but in this instance, you wouldn't just taking this phone as a Google phone wouldn't be AirDrop compatible. That's an Apple function.
Thank you. Any follow-up from the state? From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. And you are now excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for coming back today. Does the state have any further witnesses that they intend to call in rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Draskovich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all of the evidence that will be introduced in this trial. We are going to conclude for the day. When you come back on Monday morning, you will be instructed on the law, and then both sides will be permitted to speak to you in their closing argument, and then you'll be excused to deliberate upon your verdict. I just want to make sure it was 9:30 okay with the parties Monday? Sure. All right, so we are going to start Monday morning at 9:30. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
Thank you. All right, next jury. Sure.
Approach, I give you your copies of the jury instructions, and then we can at least formally settle these instructions.
No worries.
Okay. Okay, is the state familiar with court's proposed instructions 1 through 32?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any further instructions the state would like to propose?
No, thank you.
Is the defense familiar with court's proposed instructions 1 through 32?
Yes, Your Honor, we've reviewed them.
Any objections?
No objections.
Any further instructions you'd like to propose?
Not that has been already incorporated within our jury instructions.
All right, so these instructions will be logged with the clerk, and the jury will get a copy of them on Monday morning. I know if we need to talk about the other instructions, so if you just give me a few minutes,
Absolutely.
and we can go back in chambers. Thank you.
A Nashville couple are found shot to death in their car as it laid in a ditch. Authorities would trace